afternoon and welcome back to Keeneland Racecourse on this brisk morning. And as you can see, things look a little bit different today. Scott continues on his polar expedition, Tom. Of course, if you tuned in yesterday, he was covered up, but unfortunately he is out sick today.
Turns out there was a reason.
There was a reason. He is out sick today. Hopefully have him back before, we close. But welcome.
Thank you.
This is a first for us, I believe.
Yes, I filled in for you, actually, a year ago.
Last year.
So, yes, our first time pairing up here. And I just said I feel a little bit like the vice president in that I have some of my own policies that I'm going to put forth in terms of picks, but I'm also carrying out Scott's policies and his picks too, because he was chosen by the people, and so we must carry out the will of the people, and so we will talk about some of Scott's angles and keys.
All right, well, it's definitely going to be a fun show, and we have some things going on this weekend, including today. We have a Toyota Super High 5 carryover, $34,000 in that carryover, and looking forward to the weekend as well. One of my favorite traditions here during the fall meet is a headless horseman. So we have the sunrise trackside events going on Saturday morning, and also some fall festivities, some Halloween festivities going on Saturday as well.
And also Flightline is going to work on Saturday, so Saturday is going to be huge out here.
Yep, a lot of Breeders' Cup horses already on the grounds, and we're looking forward to seeing them put in some of their final preparations. But before we go on to today, let's take a look back at yesterday afternoon. We had some really nice winners, including race 5, where we saw Running Bee for trainer Chad Brown and Tyler Gaffalione win gate to wire and a very slow pace. Definitely a shrewd ride here by Tyler Gaffalione, just sensing the slow pace and taking advantage of that opportunity for Calumet. Here is Copelia for trainer Phil Bauer, Martine Garcia. This was my side bet wager of the day. This filly closed from off the pace to get the victory after back-to-back second-place performances. And I thought, actually, the next race will show Brazilianaire, another opportunity here, another Keeneland sales graduate, Tom. This filly taking advantage of that slow pace as well.
She was very impressive with the way she stretched out and drew away from the field at the finish. So, very nice run.
And then finally, in the 8th and final race, Master Game, my side angle of the day. And Scott really liked this horse as well. We went in for a late pick 4, and we singled Todd Pletcher's horse in the feature. We should have singled this horse in the last race because we both liked him, and he was coming out of some very live races. So that was yesterday. Here's a look at the jockey and trainer standings. Todd Pletcher atop the leaderboard with 9, Tyler Gaffalione with 17, Louis Saez second with 15. Todd Pletcher yesterday in the paddock just totally flexing. I mean, he just had Malathat, Nest, Forte, Life is Good. It's good to be Todd Pletcher right now.
Life is good for Todd right now, yes. And all the winners he's had here at Keeneland, and probably more to come in the next few days.
Absolutely. So we mentioned that it's a little brisk right now, so let's check in with WKYT for that weather forecast.
Day, lots of sunshine, but we will see, of course, temperatures that could be a little chilly, especially in the shade. We are going to see those horses run on by, and there they go. Just like, of course, our temperatures. We likely rise back up again into the 50s, close to near 60 degrees later on into the afternoon. A nice dry track, of course, could be chilly in the shade. You may want to bring that coat, but likely it's going to be a nice day. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake.
Yeah, bring some gloves, maybe a scarf. But it's going to warm up.
And maybe find the toboggan Scott had yesterday.
Yes, but sanitize it first before you put it on your head. But
I was thinking a new one. But
also, the extended forecast looks really nice for Breeders' Cup.
Keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. You never know here.
It was, beautiful here 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Not a lot of people here, so it's going to be great to see. Hopefully, nice weather with a full house.
Yes, looking forward to that, and looking forward to today as we take a look at the rundown here between your picks and my top picks. I think we only agree in one race, and that comes in race 2.
So I guess we unbuckle at the windows on race 2 on the 6-horse, because surely that must be the winner since we both have it.
Yeah, it's a competitive racing card, though. And if you haven't already, make sure you give us a follow at Keeneland Racing, at Keeneland on Facebook and Instagram, and, of course, on Twitter at FanDuel TV. And download the FanDuel Plus app to catch all of the information In the upcoming Breeders' Cup, also live racing action right here at Keeneland. So follow us to stay current throughout the afternoon. 9 races today, and our featured race is going to be in the 8th race. And taking a look at this race, it's going to be an allowance race on the turf course. Again, 1 mile and an 1/8. Scratch the 2, Get Clear. Also, the 13 Rocks Princess does not draw in off the AE. The 5 horse, Personal Best, is your 3-1 favorite. And looking at this race, I just thought that this was a very competitive group of horses, but the number 9, Lovely Princess, was the direction I want to go in, Tom, for trainer Kenny McPeak. So this filly tried the dirt last time out. She finished 4th in that event, but we'll take you to her race 2 starts back, and that was over the turf course at Kentucky Downs. This was going 1 mile and 5/16, and if you can see her right there in the blue cap, she really had nowhere to go. Every time she tried to recoup and come on with another closing run, she got boxed in. She was checked several times throughout. No room to run late, but despite all of that trouble, she wound up finishing 4th, just being a little over a length. And even prior to that, she broke her maiden on the turf at Ellis Park. So I thought a very troubled trip the last time that she was on the turf. I like her coming back to the turf at this particular distance today. I will also use the 5 Personal Best underneath for Sugar McGahee, who comes off of a victory, and then the 6 My Sweet Story for Nacho Correas. There are some troubled trips. This was a race that you really wanted to go back and do some handicapping in terms of watching the replays and trip handicapping, and the 9 horse I thought had the worst of it, and Lovely Princess.
I'm going to talk about the horse that I personally picked to win this race a little later. That's Insatiable. We want to talk about the horse that Scott Hazelton liked, which is the one in here. Trainer Ian Wilkes says it's pronounced L.A. Fort. We're going to hear from him in just a minute. We're going to go back to a race at the Belmont at the Big A meet, and this was on September 25th. And L.A. Fort running a nice second here. And the key to notice is the blinkers. And Ian Wilkes is going to talk about this in just a moment. But this horse ran a really nice and improved by her speed figure in that race, was trying hard all the way to the finish. And you think coming out of that effort, she should be right there against this group and have a big shot. They think the blinkers have improved her. And if so, this is the second start with that addition, and she could run even better with the blinkers on in her first try here at Keeneland.
I want to ask you about one horse before we move on to the interview quickly. The 3, Insatiable for Todd Pletcher. I mean, he's having an outstanding meet, but she has only sprinted in her career. What did you think about the stretch out to 9 furlongs today?
I like, from the pedigree standpoint, I don't see any reason why she shouldn't stretch out. So for whatever reason, the previous trainer had her sprinting on the turf. So Todd's had her for a while, and maybe has discovered that this is going to be the best angle. I mean, he could be just taking a shot to see because of the pedigree if she likes it, but maybe they think that this is the best fit for her with the pedigree. And, you know, first time into the Pletcher barn. We've certainly seen a few horses over the years move up on that angle. So I think that horse is a very big player in there.
Yes, she is by constitution. She has the pedigree to stretch out. Big ask, though, going from 5.5 to 1 mile and an 1/8, but we'll see how she fares later today. But as Tom mentioned, we'll check in now for more on the 1 LS Forte with Ian Wilkes.
Trainer Ian Wilkes has L.A. Fort in the allowance feature on this Thursday card. If you give her about one more length, she'd be 3 for 3 at 1 mile and an 1/8. Is that her best distance?
I don't know. It could be. You know, I actually like how she runs 1 mile and an 1/8. The 1.5 miles, and then the 1.8 miles, she's always run good too. So I think she's very versatile.
She's been pretty consistent other than that race at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah. We had a little bit of a bad trip there. You know, got stuck in between horses. You know, and Chris, who rode it then, he always kept telling me to put blinkers on, and I kept holding off. But she ran really well with the blinkers last time.
And you've put 3 works in her since then, so how has she done?
She's done good. Very pleased with her. She's full of energy. She's doing well. So, I've got no excuse coming over.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Trainer Ian Wilkes going with L.A. Fort in the allowance feature.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ian. Great info.
So, they blinker angle. We'll see it. They think that it has made her better. and she certainly ran very well in that last race.
L.A. Fort.
That's what Ian says. As far as how, I asked him, how do you pronounce this? Because that would not have been my guess, but it's their horse.
I'm going to have to remind myself of that later. I wrote a little note for later. Okay, we're going to take ourselves to the 7th race, a mile and a 16th on the main track, a $50,000 claiming event. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. This is my key race of the day, and I just thought that this was a pretty interesting group of horses. Scratch the 5. And the 1, Centurion, is the 5-2 favorite. That's who I picked on top. And the reason being is more so because of his last race. That, you know, this horse has some really solid performances over the course of the past year. But his last race was very productive for a $50,000 claimer. He's back in for 50, but that last race was 50 at Churchill. And Tom, the last place finisher came out of that race to go on to win for $40,000 back on the 16th of October for non-winners of 2. So even though it was 50, I actually think this horse has kind of taken a little bit of a drop in class. But we'll go way back to last year, this time last year at Keeneland, when this horse was trained by Robertino Diodoro, and he wound up finishing 2nd that day. That was the first time that he ever was equipped with the blinkers on. Since then, Lindsay Schultz claimed him for $50,000, and she's done a really good job with him. 10 Strike Racing, Marshall Graham has been a big supporter of Lindsay as when she was going out on her own. She had experience with Tom Proctor, with Shug McGahee, and then last year, around this time last year, she decided to go out on her own, and she's done a really incredible job. She has claimed some nice horses. She's done well with some nice horses, and hopefully she can get her first victory right here at Keeneland. So Centurion is the top pick for me. I went 1-6-7 in race 7. Did you have any thoughts in here?
No, I like the horse you're talking about there. I took Implementation in here.
Okay.
It's Warden Rosario, so kind of a connections play there. But
cool.
Let's move to race 5. And for our next race, and we're going to take a look at Bravo Kitten, the 11 horse, who is the 2-1 favorite in here. And it is for Safi Joseph and the Ramseys. And Ken Ramsey got a win yesterday, got back to a familiar spot in the Keeneland winner's circle. And for Bravo Kitten, the angle here to think about is the fact that horses that run well over this turf course tend to continue to run well over this turf course. And if you go back to the 28th of April, near the end of the spring meet, down along the inside, Bravo Kitten running well, eases out, going to finish up really well here. That was the 2nd consecutive runner-up finish for this horse. Good bit of distance there between 2nd and 3rd. So a nice effort here against a good rival for Bravo Kitten. And then the most recent race for Bravo Kitten was a nice runner-up finish down at Kentucky Downs. So we know how strong those fields are. So, you know, I'm saying 2nd a lot. That makes you a little leery at 2-1. But the angle of this horse likes this turf course is, I think, the key one for Bravo Kitten in race 5.
All right, so we'll see if Mr. Ramsey can find his way back into the winner's circle again here today, as he said.
He won't need an app to get there.
No, a very familiar place for sure. All right, it's now time for our new segment and home field advantage, and we're going to take ourselves to earlier in the card. This is race 2 and Camp David. This is a look back at his race back on the 16th of October of last year. And Camp David, of course, trained by Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm this afternoon. This was when he got a 3.5 length victory when he broke his maiden. This race was an off-the-turf event, and then he came back to win a first-level allowance at Horseshoe Indy. He comes out of some turf performances out of town, but I think it's interesting that Mike Maker has only had this horse for 2 starts. Both of those starts were on the turf, and now he brings them back to the dirt. He's my top pick because this horse just, what I think happened was they got this horse thinking that maybe he could stretch out on the turf as Mike Maker horses. He kind of, those are kind of his type of, his niche, right? And it didn't work out. So now they're bringing him back to the main track, a surface that they know he likes, and dropping him to the $50,000 level.
And it's something that the Maker Barn does frequently, back and forth from between surfaces. You've got Gaffley-owned riding, and he's certainly hot. 3 wins yesterday for Tyler. He's in a nice battle with Luis Saez for the riders title. So maybe a chance to pick one up here with Camp David. And again, just really strong connections there. I think that horse looks very tough in that spot.
All right, that's the home field advantage, of course, getting that victory here last year. We'll see if he can do it around the same time in 2022. Now we move along to the Sales Grad Spotlight, and we're going to take it to race 6. And this is 5.5 furlongs on the main track, a maiden special weight. Hip number 272 going through the sales ring at $750,000. This horse is going to be Rarify, the number 9 in the 6th race. This one trained by Wesley Ward, a filly with a beautiful pedigree by, of course, Triple Crown winner Justify.
Justify's have been running really well, and this horse had 2 outs at Saratoga. Know the quality of competition there. Ran very well. Both of those tries we're going to see later from the Clockers report that she is working well here. So there is a lot to like about Rarify in this spot.
And also bred by Stone Street. And on top of this, it's also a Clocker pick.
See? I knew it was coming.
Sharp Breeze and Company. Don't know who the company was, but Sharp Breeze and Company should get a good trip. Trainer is 30% with the blinkers coming off. Of course, the trainer, as we mentioned, Wesley Ward. Blinkers have been on this filly for her first 2 starts. She's been bet down to favoritism, and those 2 starts at Saratoga, they freshened her up, coming back with the blinkers off.
And that's that 1/38 for anybody who doesn't know. Best of 38 on that day. Bullet work. So she is training really well. Bottom horse in here, AP Lady, training really well as well at a big price. So it's an interesting one to me, too, for a first-time starter. But Rarify, Keeneland sales grad, and looking very salty in that spot.
Are you a exacta guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Is that your bet?
Probably more so than anything else.
Okay. And what about pick 4s, pick 5s, pick 6s, anything?
And not the pick 6s so much. Pick 4s, pick 5s. Probably those 2 and exactas.
Okay.
Not as much pick 3, not as much pick 6s. Doubles, I like too. Rolling doubles.
Maybe some. Yeah, I like doubles too.
Yeah. People forget those, I think, sometimes.
Maybe some exacta action in the 6th race. We shall see.
A favorite and a price.
Yeah.
Just
but
saying.
pick 4s. We just talked about pick 4s, and you and I are going to team up to tackle the pick 4 today. Scott and I singled the wrong horse yesterday. We were so close, but couldn't quite get it done. But today's ticket is going to cost you $96, and the reason why this is a little bit more expensive is because you and I are going in together. Maybe you more so.
But we're splitting the ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're putting up 66, I'm putting up the rest, and we're going to have a nice win here and get a nice bump to our Breeders' Cup bankroll for next week. First leg, we're going 3 deep. Master Som at 8-1 down on the inside. Malibu Toast with a nice win, low speed figure, but or a nice runner-up finish last time out. And then Rarify, the one we've been talking about. You know, you could actually throw AP Lady in there too if you want to, but Rarify, also, I think some people may be singling that horse, and that would be one way to cut the cost of the ticket down. And then 4 deep in the next 2 legs.
Yeah, I think we have to throw in the 10 AP Lady. But in the 7th race, the 1, 2, 6, and the 8. Centurion, my top selection, the 2, Implementation for Wesley Ward. He's got a couple of live runners today. The 6, Deep State for Brian Lynch, and the 8, Unleash the Power for trainer Alf Stahl.
15-1 on that
15-1, so a nice price there. And I think the middle portion of this ticket is where you get those prices. Race 8, we used the 1, 3, 6, and the 9. Did you have a preference in that leg, Tom?
I liked Insatiable, and I don't think I'll get 8-1, but maybe 4.5, 5-1 on that horse. But you know, it's not a strong opinion because I think LA Fort's got to run well. You had some good info on Lovely Princess. I think that's a race where you need to go as deep as you can.
And then the 9th race, what I thought was challenging about this race is that it seems like there are several horses in there that like to be on the lead or are very speedy, but you don't necessarily have any legitimate closers either. So the 2, Premium, is going to be forwardly placed. The 6, Salta, is probably going to be chasing. The 7, it could be the closer that we're looking for. The 10, Balsa, definitely going to be pressing the pace. The 9, Mataro, going to be pressing the pace. I thought that looked to be a very contentious and fast pace.
Agree. And I thought Salta, interesting, the DeSormo on Keith DeSormo does well dropping out a straight maiden to maiden claiming company. They did that with this horse, and ran okay, but didn't get to the winner's circle. So they're dropping another notch. So it's an angle that he does well at. It didn't work first time, might work second time, but 7-2 on the 6.
So I think the consensus here in the late pick 4 is coverage, coverage, coverage. Definitely in the final 3 legs. If you think that Rarefy is going to win in the first leg, use coverage in the final 3 legs. So
and the other thing you can do too, if you have another strong opinion besides Rarefy, is you could do a 1-ticket singling Rarefy, 1 ticket maybe singling somewhere else, and maybe you'll get lucky and hit them both.
Good strategy there. All right, let's go to the 6th race for my best angle of the day. We're going back to the 6th race. Of course, we've been mentioning this all throughout the morning. It seems like the number 9, Rarefy, is going to be that 6-5 favorite. But I go in a different direction for this maiden special weight for those 2-year-old fillies. The number 1, Master Psalm. Now, she debuted at Kentucky Downs last time out. Of course, her only start on the 1st of September. We will show you this race. She was very keen down on the inside. She drew the rail. There were 10 other horses in this field. She opened up on the field. And I just feel like for a first-time starter at Kentucky Downs, especially going 6.5 furlongs, this stretch feels like it never ends. Am I wrong in saying that? It's
that way as a viewer, too.
Yeah, as a viewer, you're like holding your breath. You're like, when is this stretch actually going to, when are we going to finally see the finish line? And I felt like that might have been the case with Master Psalm. But why I like her in here is that she goes from turf to dirt, and she sticks at the sprint distance. And the connections in Steve Asmussen going from turf to dirt with sprinters, but maidens only. He's 24% and 51% in the money, a positive ROI of $2.42. And Tyler seems to be his go-to rider with live horses. So the pair tries to team up for another victory. So my play here is the 179 Exacta box. But even if you wanted to, I just would not leave the 1 Master Psalm out of any tickets. Anything you do. I think this is very, very strong horse, and maybe one to try to beat the number 9 Rarefy at a short price. So those are my thoughts on my key best angle of the day. Where are you taking us?
Well, I'm taking you to race 5, and this is actually comes from our buddy Scott Hazelton, who's not here today, under the weather, but he liked the angle on Aliyah Esri, who had a win back in early July at Ellis Park that we're going to take a look at. And nice effort here on this horse, finishing up strong, but really the angle was not what we're seeing here, but what you will see in your past performances for the subsequent 2 races. Caught tough fields is the angle that Scott liked on this horse in the last 2 races that followed this win down at Ellis Park. So played a tough schedule, if you will, recently, and now maybe into a spot that could be a little more favorable than those last 2 races. So Scott's play was $10 across the board on the 1, Aliyah Esri, at a nice price. So this could get you a nice score if we can get the 1 horse home in race 5.
I do like her stretching back out in distance to 1 1/8 miles. It didn't look like 6.5 furlongs was necessarily her cup of tea last time out. All right, now for one of my favorite segments of the day, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Where'd you go?
Yeah, I ended up on Insatiable, and 8-1 is, I think, would be a great price. If I could lock that in right now, I don't think I'm going to get it, but it was the best price that I liked for the day, and the angle was really going into the Fletcher barn. We talked about the change in distance here for this horse. I think the pedigree's there to handle the distance. You know that the surface is not a problem. It's just stretching out from those sprints to now a 2-turn race. But Todd Fletcher's had this horse for a while and maybe learned some things about Insatiable, and now picking this spot, going 2 turns for the first time with a pedigree to handle it, with a barn that's doing well. So strong connections, and all of that combined. Again, I don't think we'll get 8-1, but we get 5 or 6. I'd be thrilled with that on Insatiable, and take a nice win going into the last race of the day if we can get that next to last one home with Insatiable.
All right, I like it. Thank you very much, Tom. So race 8, number 3, Insatiable, 8-1 as we move along. The side bet of the day. Now,
I got one chance to win this.
You have one chance, and I shouldn't say this because he's not here to defend himself, but he set the bar pretty low. So you can hopefully deliver here. I guess the question is, and these are what we have to offer, our little corksicles. Make sure that this is lined up. As you can see, the tumbler or the coffee mug. I prefer the coffee mug, but you could get both if you use, are we doing hashtag Tom or he's playing for Scott? All right, so if you're participating, definitely make sure to use the hashtag Team Scott or hashtag Team Gabby, but we have to listen to what we're going to do today in order for our viewers to decide. So I think the wager of the day should be the feature race.
I'm good.
And what are we doing here? The long shot of the day.
My long shot's Insatiable, so you've got to pick one to beat Insatiable. Straight head up.
Heads up.
Yep.
Insatiable versus Lovely Princess.
Yep. 2 prices.
You're on. Sorry, my hands are really cold. I need some gloves. All right, heads up. Hashtag Team Scott if you like the 3 Insatiable, or hashtag Team Gabby if you like the number 9 Lovely Princess and the featured race of the day. Again, that is going to be race 8 for your chance to win these lovely corksicles from the gift shop. Do you have some of those?
I do, and they are lovely.
They are. And nobody knows what's in here, is more importantly, at any time. Of course, Keeneland is getting ready for...
It would be cough medicine for Scott.
Yes. Or maybe some hot toddy. I know he's a big fan of the hot toddy. Everyone's getting ready for Breeders' Cup. Do you have any... I know we had pre-entry draws yesterday, but some preliminary thoughts of the Breeders' Cup? Any particular race that you're really looking forward to?
You know, obviously the classic because of Flightline, but you know, I really don't have anybody that I can't wait to bet. Maybe I did Malafat, maybe because I think Nest will be favored.
You think?
So I think maybe I get a little bit of a price on Malafat, a little bit of price. Maybe I get 5-2, 3-1 or something, but she's normally much lower. So that's one that I'm kind of thinking right now before I start getting deep into the past performances. What about you?
Yeah, I'm excited for Flightline. But we'll have to continue this conversation for another day.
To be continued.
For Tom, I'm Gabby. Thank you so much for joining us today on Today at Keeneland.
Yeah.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Brittany Benningfield to the paddock. Brittany is owner of Brittany Benningfield Voice Studio and a professional singer who has performed with UK Opera Theatre, Woodford Theatre, Blackbird Dance Theatre, and Distilled Theatre Company. First, Brittany presents My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door, and my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Heather Jones with Culinary as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Heather.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin. Also the start of that early pick five. In the opener, scratch the 7, Fort Defiance. Scratch number 7, Fort Defiance. Second race, start of the early pick four. There are no changes in race 2. Third race, jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. That's the third race, the jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. Change of equipment for number 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on. That's a change of equipment for the 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on today. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. Race 5, start of the late pick 5. Take out number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race. Again, take out the also eligible number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. That's the sixth race, scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. That's in the seventh race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. Featured eighth race, scratch number 2, Get Clear, and scratch number 13, Rocks Princess. That's in the featured eighth race, scratch number 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Ninth and final event, $34,000 carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. No changes in race 9. Time now to check in with Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you very much, Kurt, and happy Thursday to you as well. We have 9 races on tap and a really good betting card as well. And taking a look at today's featured event, that's going to be in race 8 this afternoon. A mile and an eighth on the turf course, a first level allowance race. The number 5, Personal Best, is the 3-1 lukewarm favorite. But I thought this was a very competitive field. We have the 3, Insatiable, for trainer Todd Pletcher, who is the leading trainer of this Keeneland Fall Meet thus far, stretching out to a distance of ground today. LA Fort on the inside for trainer Ian Wilkes, who comes out of a trouble trip. And one of the horses that I really like, the number 9, Lovely Princess, with a trouble trip, 2 starts back for trainer Kenny McPeak. Once again, that is race 8 on today's 9-race program, that first level allowance race. And I want to also tell you about another opportunity in the 9th and final race on today's program, that Super High 5. We have a Super High 5 carryover of over $34,000. Once again, that'll take place in the 9th and final race on today's program. Field is being saddled here in the opener, race 1, a mile and an eighth on the main track. Main track is listed as fast. Turf is listed as good this afternoon. This is a $20,000 claimant event, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And here's a look at the number 3, Words of Wisdom, right now is your second choice at 5-2. Words of Wisdom for trainer Tim Gleishaw comes out of a couple of turf events, but last time that he was on the dirt was going a mile and an eighth over a muddy track at Ellis Park, a race in which he won by open lengths, won by over 8 lengths in that event. And in this field, kind of a smaller field, especially with the scratch of the 7 Fort Defiance, I didn't think that there was much early speed at all. So I thought that this horse could take advantage of that opportunity and potentially take the field gate to wire. He seems to have the most natural speed, especially at this distance. Now moving towards the inside, the number 2, Never Change for trainer Todd Pletcher, your leading trainer of the meet. Louis Saez is currently sitting in second behind Tyler Gaffalione, who had 3 wins on yesterday's card. This horse has tried his hand against Starter Allowance Company in the last 2 starts, but those races have just come up a little bit too tough, one at Saratoga and one at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting. His race last time out was pretty disappointing, and that's why I took a shot against him with the 3. He will be tracking the speed of the 3 Words of Wisdom, but I just didn't like the fact that he drops off of such a poor performance last time out. But he does have the class if he can get back to his maiden breaking score, a performance that we saw at Saratoga back in the middle of July. And then finally, the number 1, Coastal Chaos, is a horse that I use in third for trainer Lynn Cash. He comes out of a race last time out right here at Keeneland on the 12th of October, so wheels him back around pretty quickly, and that's not uncommon for the Lynn Cash barn. This horse has 15 career races so far in 2022, 19 overall in his career, but comes out of that second place performance. I can just remember Can't Hush This, the winner, was very, very impressive that day. And this horse may be a little bit close to pretty solid fractions. I like him coming back, but I do think that the pace scenario might be up against him. I think it was encouraging to see him sit a little bit closer to the pace last time out, but I certainly don't think that he is as fast as the 3 Words of Wisdom. So he might be on the chase from that rail post position, but we'll see what he can do as he is 4-1 on the board right now. The betting public making the 2 Never Change your 4-5 favorite as we are 18 minutes out from today's opener.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming price, a mile and an eighth over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 7, Fort Defiance. Again, scratch the 7, Fort Defiance. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good today. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course, post time at 8 minutes.
Looking at the field as we are 7 minutes out from today's opener to kick off that early pick 5 sequence, the 2 Never Change is your 4-5 favorite. And I don't want to keep saying good things about the favorite at 4-5, but looking at the horses on the track, I definitely thought that this horse stood out from the rest, and it just looks to be in very good order on the drop-in class for trainer Todd Pletcher, hoping to get another victory as he is atop the leaderboard of trainers right now at the fall meeting. So the favorite looks pretty tough, at least from a physical standpoint, and you look at his past performances, but I'll give you another horse in here as a little bit of a longer price, the 4 Empire Builder for Christopher Seal. This is a horse who's coming out of distance races. He hasn't really shown much speed early on in those races, but I did think that he followed through and finished up really nicely last time out, closing from off of it to finish third against $16,000 claimers. Now that was on the turf, but his only dirt starts were sprinting. This horse has clearly improved as of late. Maybe it's because of time, experience, but maybe also because of the distance. So I'm actually very interested to see this horse come back to the main track and try a distance of ground, as he will compete at the mile and an eighth today. So maybe a little bit of a longer shot to consider at 10-1, but the favorite is the 2 Never Change at even money.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There's Coastal Chaos right out for the early lead. Here's Never Change moving up alongside. Coastal Chaos and Never Change to the front. Together in the opening stride, Words of Wisdom comes away in the third position. Lord Captain, far outside, is in fourth as they enter the first turn. Empire Builder down toward the inside, now placed between horses, a lane off the rail, fifth to fourth to challenge for third up on the outside as they head off the first turn. Further back, Hey Boss is the early trailer. 23.84 seconds. That was the time for that opening quarter. Never Change against the rail leads it by just a neck. Words of Wisdom goes second by 2 lengths up the back stretch. Empire Builder is in third by nearly 2. And then Coastal Chaos, who's lost some ground down to the inside. In fact, Lord Captain starts to move by that one, takes over fourth, only by a neck, though. Then a break of 6 more lengths back to Hey Boss, who trails. That first half mile was 47.17 seconds. Never Change, the leader. Never Change leads it by a length over to the far turn, and Words of Wisdom is still there in second by 2 lengths, followed by Empire Builder in third by 2. Lord Captain, Coastal Chaos moves back up to the inside of that one, 7 more, then back to Hey Boss, who is last midway on the final turn. Never Change against the rail continues to lead. Never Change leads it by 2 lengths. Now here's Empire Builder swinging to the outside from third, now taking second as they move toward the top of the stretch. Words of Wisdom has lost a position, drops back into third. Lord Captain is fourth and still 7 from the front. Moving by the quarter pole into the stretch, Never Change the leader. Empire Builder second, 3 lengths between them. Lord Captain third up on the outside, and Words of Wisdom is fourth. 1/8 of a mile to go, and Never Change has a 5-length lead. Never Change by 6. Lord Captain trying to wrestle second away from Empire Builder. That's an ongoing battle, but well behind Never Change. Luis Saez bringing home Never Change, a winner in the opener at Keeneland. Going to be close for second, but it will be Lord Captain getting second by a head on the line from Empire Builder in third and Hey Boss fourth.
Luis Saez took it to them early, immediately showing speed out of the gate on the number 2, Never Change. The 3-horse, originally, the Words of Wisdom, had to chase that early pace. He faded to finish off the board, but the 2, Never Change. His class prevailing today, taking the field gate to wire. A little bit of a late bid from, I believe, the 6-horse. The 4 might have hung on a little bit for second. We'll let the photo decide that, but no doubt about the winner. Never Change getting out of the victory for trainer Todd Pletcher at this meeting at 3-5.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 2, Never Change, was first. Number 6, Lord Captain, was second. Number 4, Empire Builder, third. Number 5, Hey Boss, was fourth. 2, 6, 4, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Never Change, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, the jockey. Never Change, a 3-year-old gelded son of Uncle Mo out of Danette by Curlin, bred in Kentucky by Rapoli Stable Incorporated. 9 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 51.94 seconds. First race, results official. 2, 6, 4, 5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 2. A reminder, the second race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Third race, the jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. That's the third race, jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. Change of equipment for the 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on. Change of equipment, number 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. That's the fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. Race 5, take out the also eligible number 13, Thrombocytopenia. That's race 5, take out the also eligible number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race.
18 minutes out from the second race on today's program, as we saw the heavy favorite deliver in the opener, moving along to the second race on today's card. A $50,000 claiming event, a mile and a 16th on the main track. And here's the 6, Camp David, for trainer Mike Maker. He acquired this horse just a couple starts ago for owners, 3 Diamonds Farm, and they tried the turf with him. And if I'm kind of reading this, reading in between the lines, I think Mike Maker saw this horse's pedigree, maybe thinking that this horse would be good at on the turf and maybe even longer distances on the turf, and it just didn't pan out. He faced Stakes Company and the Gun Runner 2 starts back at Kentucky Downs, and then followed it up with a subpar performance over the turf at the Hawthorne Derby last time. But he is okay on the dirt. He's an allowance winner on the dirt. He broke his maiden right here at Keeneland last year on the dirt. So I think they're just going back to the drawing board, putting this horse in for a tag, and coming back to a surface that they know he likes and a track that we know he likes. He's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland, as he won around at this time last year. I like him on top as we go to the second selection, the number 5, Carmichael. I think he can use his speed to his advantage. Now, we haven't seen him since mid-August. He has to overcome this layoff, but I do like the fact that he his last race was very fast. He got an 81 Beyer speed figure, one of the fastest figures in his form, and this is just a horse that is better when he's on the lead. Now, the 2 Can't Hush This is probably going to force the issue. The 1 Super Design also kind of quick too, but at least Carmichael has the advantage of being on the outside of those 2 speed types. And then finally, the number 3, Endless Sunset. At this distance of a mile and a 16th, I look for him to be closing from off the pace. Mile distances, I think, are just a little bit too quick for him. And getting back to a mile and a 16th with the potentially fast pace in here could really help this horse pick up the pieces late at a nice price at 8 to 1. Again, looking at the speed, the 1 Super Design might go from the rail. Can't Hush This is very fast, and he should be able to get some pace pressure from the 5 Carmichael for a good setup for the 3 Endless Sunset. We'll see what happens in the second race as I go to the 6 to 5 favorite right now. That's Camp David. This horse is getting saddled for the second race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 3-year-olds and up, a $50,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish at the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Fast track, turf listed good, 8 minutes to post.
Getting close to post time as we take a look at some of these horses on the track. The number 6 Camp David is where we start at 6-5, and it's one of those scenarios like the opener where I don't have any negative things to say or anything to deter anyone from betting the favorite here. He just looks great, and he also looks kind of double the size of the rest of the field, or at least some of the other contenders in this field. Breaking away from the pony there under Tyler Gaffalione to get in a nice warm-up. His ears are forward, really stretching his legs out nicely. So Camp David coming back to the dirt for Mike Maker and dropping in class. Again, he does look the picture here on track at 6-5. But we go to the inside, the number 1 Super Design for trainer Wesley Ward. This horse is your second choice at 5-2. I did not use him in my top 3, just thinking that this is a tough test for him to stretch out to 2 turns and potentially get pace pressure from the 2 Can't Hush This and maybe even the 5 Carmichael. But when you look at the other speed types in here, I would say that this horse is definitely the biggest and the broadest compared to those other 2 horses that will likely show the speed. So he might be able to take some pace pressure and be able to follow through. I just think he looks incredibly fit coming into today's race for trainer Wesley Ward. Joel Rosario gets them out, and he is the second choice right now at 5-2. We are 6 minutes out from the second race to kick off that early pick 4. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Camp David from the outside and Super Design from the inside, and Can't Hush This between that pair. Now Can't Hush This moves up, puts a head in front. Super Design right there to the inside, though. These two contest the early lead, heading down into the first turn. Camp David backs away into third position, settles 3 lengths off the front pair, moving midway around the first turn. Then a gap of nearly 6 more back to Endless Sunset. Carmichael next to last. Maximum Impact is the trailer. Super Design has the lead now, opening quarter 23.21 seconds, and leads it by just a length, heading off the first turn. Can't Hush This now moves up just off the leader's flank in second. Gap of 3.5 lengths. Camp David is third. Gap of just over 2 more. Carmichael now beginning to catch up to those top 3. Between horses moving up into fourth now to challenge for third. Endless Sunset moves fifth against the rail. The front 5 separated by just over 2 lengths, and then they're joined by Maximum Impact, very much in contention right there with the rest. 48.05 seconds the time for that first half mile. Super Design leads it. Super Design, then Can't Hush This toward the outside. A length separates the top 2. Camp David going to be wide, center of the track in third. Endless Sunset is fourth. Carmichael is in close quarters between horses, looking for some running room in fifth position around the far turn. Maximum Impact is last. Back up front, Super Design, the leader. Can't Hush This between horses. Camp David far outside, past the quarter pole now. A length and a half separate the top 3. Endless Sunset, Carmichael between horses, and then Maximum Impact angling wide from last, 5 from the front. And Super Design moves out toward the center of the racetrack. They are lined up 5 across behind him coming into the final furlong. Super Design leads it by 2. Carmichael shifting lanes now out from behind the leader in deep stretch. And then Can't Hush This. Super Design, Carmichael, Can't Hush This. Super Design, Carmichael. Super Design wins at a half length. Carmichael was second. Can't Hush This was third.
Super Design was faster than the other two speed types immediately coming out of the gate and got that forward running position, but swung very wide at the top of the stretch at the quarter pole when other horses were starting to make their moves. We can see Joel Rosario starting to move back towards the rail as the 5 and the 2 start to close from off the pace, but he had enough horse left in the tank to get him to the finish line. The 1 Super Design going gate to wire for trainer Wesley Ward.
Photo for 4th, hold all tickets. Objection sign has been posted on the board here at Keeneland. A claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of the unofficial runner-up, number 5 Carmichael, against the unofficial winner, number 1 Super Design, alleging interference in the stretch. Claim of foul pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. Split screen right now on the video boards. Program feed to the left, the head-on view to the right. Claim of foul pending concerning the unofficial winner and the unofficial second-place finisher. Hold all tickets. No change. No change in the result. It will stand as is. 1524. That result stands. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 1524, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, and in the winner's circle now, number 1 Super Design, owned by Green Lane Farm South, LLC. Francine Govastis, trained by Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Super Design, a 4-year-old son of Super Saver out of Design Mind by Mineshaft, bred in Florida by Green Lane Farm South, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.01 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In the third race, the jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. Abel Lescano, the jockey for number 3, Bold Venture. Change of equipment, number 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on. Change of equipment, number 8, Montauk Daddy, blinkers on. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. Fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. And a reminder, race 5, take out the also eligible number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race.
Here's a look at the number 5, Reed Can, as we approach the third race. 6 furlongs on the main track, an open $20,000 claiming event. And I go to this horse as the top selection. This old 7-year-old, he's an 11-time winner out of 34 starts. And this is simply just a class relief for this horse. He's been facing tougher company, allowance optional claiming company most recently at Colonial Downs. He's tried turf, dirt, everywhere in between, but I do think that some of his better races have come on the main track. Hopefully he can find himself in a forward position. But I really thought that this was a competitive group of horses, everybody kind of on the level playing field. So I'm not surprised to see 3 horses on the board right now at 3-1 between the 2, the 4, and the 5, but I give slight preference to the 5, Reed Can, as the top selection. The number 4, California Street, is dropping in class for trainer Robertino Diodoro. He claimed this horse just 2 starts back. First off the claim, they tried Stakes Company at Remington Park. That didn't really turn out for him, so now dropping in class for $20,000. Obviously, claiming for 40 and immediately dropping for 20. Not always ideal, but Robertino Diodoro has a lot of claims throughout the year. Some of them succeed, and some of them you just have to move along with. And I think that's obviously the approach with the number 4, California Street. But he does have some back class. He looks to maybe be a closing sprinter, though. He doesn't seem to have a lot of early speed. I think he'll be able to get at least an honest pace to close into today, especially with the presence of the 2 Wild Behavior, who might be the clear-cut speed. As we go to the 7, Trap Valley, this is my 3rd selection for Wes Hawley. This is a horse who comes out of an open $32,000 claiming race, and this is just a slight drop in class. When you look at his races against $16,000 claimers and $8,000 claimers, I think that's kind of more his wheelhouse in terms of the class level. He was maybe just a little over his head last time out, so this seems like a little bit of a better field, but he'll really need that pace to materialize. The more I look at this race, I think the pace seems pretty murky. I mentioned the 2 with the speed towards the inside, perhaps even the 8 Montauk Daddy for trainer Joe Sharp towards the outside. Do take note that the blinkers do go on the 8 today, and there will be a rider change on the 3, Bold Adventure, to Abel Lescano in this upcoming 3rd race. As I go to the 5 on top here, hoping Steve Asmussen can get another win at this fall meeting. We're 14 minutes out from race 3. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. 3-year-olds and up, a $20,000 claiming prize, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure, Abel Lescano. Abel Lescano, the jockey for number 3, Bold Adventure. Change of equipment today for the 8 Montauk Daddy. Puts blinkers on. Blinkers on the 8 Montauk Daddy. Post time, 5 minutes away.
Getting ready for the third race on today's program, and the more I look at these horses on the track, the more I think this race might be ripe for an upset. Even the favorite was going to pay a pretty decent price. It keeps shifting between several horses, the 2, the 4, the 5, but I'm looking at the number 1, Spankers here, first off the claim for trainer Matt Shire. I did not use this horse in the top 3 just because of the rail post position. I thought it could be a bit of a problem for his running style. I didn't think that he was faster than some of those to his outside, and he might have, some traffic troubles having drawn the rail post, but he looks really good, and he looks very fit coming into today. He had a lot of positive energy on the track as well for a horse that can possess some speed. So maybe Matt Shire off the claim has really freshened this horse up, has really sharpened him up, and he'll be able to show some gate speed and establish a good position early, having drawn that rail position. We'll go towards the outside, the number 6, Gray Attempt, and this is beautiful looking gray horse, and a typical Larry Ravelli horse. Just looks extremely well conditioned and is very, very fit and on his toes on the track today. He's an 8-time winner. He's a 2-time winner alone this year, and he's been sprinting as of late. So the Connection's trying to regroup, take him back to the dirt and get a win. But this is a big class relief. And when I was looking at horses on the track, he was one that was very much on his toes. He generally, historically, has been a closing sprinter, but I almost wonder if he might show a little bit more speed now coming back to the main track on the drop-in class for a barn that we know trains a lot of speed into their horses. This, to me, is a wide-open event. Get creative, maybe bet some long shots in here. A very nice group of horses coming up next for the third.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Gray Attempt for the lead. Wild Behavior is right there in the opening strides as well. And here comes Montauk Daddy out in the center of the racetrack. Montauk Daddy up to take the lead now as they head up the backstretch and toward the far turn. Wild Behavior goes second. Gray Attempt backs up to the third spot now as California Street goes fourth, taking third ahead down toward the inside. Reed Can is in the fifth position, just to the inside of Trap Valley, who travels in sixth spot. And then Spankhurst is in seventh, then a gap of 15 more lengths back to Bold Adventure. 22.41 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Montauk Daddy rounds the far turn against the rail, leads it by just over 2 lengths. Wild Behavior second a length. Gray Attempt is in third, and then Reed Can, and then California Street back toward the inside. That pair both with 5 to make up. Montauk Daddy is the leader. Montauk Daddy by 3, coming toward the 8th pole. Wild Behavior, Gray Attempt coming on. Reed Can is still 3 lengths back, but moving in the center of the track from 4th. California Street toward the rail. Spankhurst late run to the outside, still wide open. Wild Behavior, Gray Attempt, Reed Can, Spankhurst coming down the outside. Spankhurst rallying, Spankhurst winning for Ricardo Santana Jr.
Our first closer of the day, Spankhurst, pretty much comes from last, and what a ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. He actually had this horse save ground pretty much throughout, and in the middle of the stretch, when the pace started to crumble in front of him, he angles out to about the 8th path, right about at the crown of the racetrack, in the center of the racetrack, with this wicked closing run, and he gets up just in the nick of time. What a ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. First off the claim for trainer Matt Shire, the one Spankhurst up in time at 7-2.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Spankhurst was first. Number 2, Wild Behavior was second. Number 6, Gray Attempt third. And number 5, Reed Can fourth. 1, 2, 6, 5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Spankhurst, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, owned also by Jerry Sussman, and Corey Mullis Racing LLC of Corey Mullis, trained by Matt Shire. Ricardo Santana Jr. is the jockey. Spankhurst, a 4-year-old gelded son of Speidster, out of Pankhurst by Artie Schiller, bred in Ontario by Windstar Farm LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 1, 2, 6, 5. The official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here and start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is listed fast. The turf is good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Race 4 coming up will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In this fourth race, scratch number 3, Gigging. Scratch number 3, Gigging. Looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, take out the also eligible number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race. That's race 5, number 13, Thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race. 6th event, scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. That's in the 6th race, scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. 7th race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. That's the 7th race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. Featured 8th race. Scratch number 2, Get Clear, and scratch number 13, Rocks Princess. That's the featured 8th. Scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. 9th and final race. No changes at this time in race 9.
field is in the paddock for the upcoming 4th race. We are 17 minutes away. Scratch the number 3 gigging in here. And I land to the number 5 horse, Leader of Men. Again, the conditions for this race, 1 mile and a 16th on the fast main track, starter allowance in for that $10,000 at the $10,000 level for the starter. The 5 Leader of Men is going to be my top selection. He faced similar company last time out, in fact, several times over the course of the past year. And he was successful most recently at Horseshoe, Indiana, going 1 mile and a 16th in an off-the-turf event. But this is a horse that I think gets the right type of setup today. He doesn't rely on a pace scenario to materialize, or a fast pace to materialize, I should say. He can be a little bit tactical. I think he should be able to sit just behind the leaders here and go on from it under jockey Joel Rosario. The 6 Bear Oak is probably a little bit quicker, but he should be able to stalk the leader and hopefully pull away with a victory. Right now on the board at 5-2, your co-favorite with the 4. The 6 Bear Oak is my second selection. I think he is probably the speed of the speed. Now, I get it. He didn't show any speed last time out at 1 mile and an 1/8, but he has shown speed. He's been quicker at shorter distances. The mile at Horseshoe Indy a couple starts ago, and even 2 starts back as well. So I just hope he gets back into that type of rhythm under jockey Florent Giroux. I think he has the most natural speed early, and especially with the scratch of the 3 gigging, who figured to be forwardly placed, I think that is a feather in this horse's cap today. And then just to his outside, the number 7, Can't Bet 'Em All. This horse has kind of a similar running style as my top selection in the number 5 Leader of Men, in that I don't think he'll be too far off of the pace. He should be able to get a stalking trip and go on from there. So this horse actually faced Bear Oak, the 6 horse, in his most recent event, and he was 3rd. So he'll look to turn the tables maybe with a better trip, or if someone decides to press Bear Oak today. Sometimes when you get to these starter races and these older classy horses that just love to run and love to win, they can go in and out of form, and sometimes in this case, considering Bear Oak beat Can't Bet 'Em All before in the past, sometimes that they can turn the tables. These horses are just really gritty, really gutsy, and they just like to win at the end of the day. I hope the 5 Leader of Men is the winner today at 5-2, but a competitive group as we're 15 minutes out from the 4th.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 3, Gigging. Number 3, Gigging is a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time in less than 5 minutes for race 4.
Horses on the track as we're coming up on the fourth race, and here's a look at the number 6 horse, Bear Oak. I still like my top selection in the 5 Leader of Men on track, but I thought this horse made a lovely appearance as well. Just very classy and not fazed by anything. You can see he's really focused on the task at hand, a professional sort here on the track today. So really liking the vibes that I'm getting from the 6 Bear Oak under Florent Giroux. Now, on the other side of the spectrum here, the 7 Can't Bet 'Em All. I don't know if this is typical for him, but he's being a little bit moody this afternoon. Louis Saya is having some difficulty in settling him down, coming out to the track, and even with the pony. Hopefully he does settle him down a little bit, but he just seems kind of ornery on the track. But he is a 6-time winner this year. He's a 10-time winner. If this is how he normally acts, he's probably going to go on to run very well. I just hope that he can settle as we get closer to post time. But the number 5 Leader of Men on top for me for race 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Leader of Men. Leader of Men moves forward and does take the early lead. Can't Bet 'Em All comes away in second. Derby Code is there down toward the inside in third as they head down to the first turn. Leader of Men on top. Leader of Men on top by a length and a half as they move midway onto the first turn. Can't Bet 'Em All is in second position. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Derby Code, Bear Oak now moving by, taking third to the outside of that one as they exit the turn with Time for Trouble next to last here early on. And Eagle Pass is the trailer. Opening quarter is on the board in 24.61 seconds. Up the backstretch, Leader of Men leads at 3/4 of a length. Can't Bet 'Em All is second by a half length. Now Bear Oak keeps moving up the rail from third to challenge for second and also to apply some pressure to the leader. Gap of 2 lengths. Time for Trouble is fourth by just a head. Eagle Pass fifth on the outside of that one. Gap of 3 more lengths. Derby Code at the back. It was 49.26 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Leader of Men on top 3/4 of a length. Can't Bet 'Em All second toward the outside. Bear Oak is still there but still third. Down toward the inside. Time for Trouble is in fourth, just over 3 lengths off the lead. Eagle Pass being ridden along, but still fifth on the outside. And a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to Derby Code, who is last. Top 2 about to reach the quarter pole. Here's Can't Bet 'Em All moving up to the outside. Leader of Men is still there toward the inside. They continue to go at it for the lead. A gap of 3.5. Now 4 more lengths back to Bear Oak, who's still toward the rail, still third. Time for Trouble is alongside of that one into the short stretch. Can't Bet 'Em All puts a head in front. Leader of Men is in second. Bear Oak, then Time for Trouble. Can't Bet 'Em All, narrow lead in the final furlong. Can't Bet 'Em All in front, coming to the wire for Luis Saez. Can't Bet 'Em All to win it. Going to be close for second, either Time for Trouble or Leader of Men for that runner-up spot, and then Bear Oak was fourth.
Well, he was feisty before the race, and that attitude paid off today. Can't Bet 'Em All in a fight coming down the stretch with the number 5 Leader of Men just to his inside. The rail opened up for 2 horses to potentially close him off of the pace, but they didn't have the momentum, all the momentum on the 7. Can't Bet 'Em All under Luis Saez to get the victory at 5-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 7 Can't Bet 'Em All first. Number 4, Time for Trouble, second. The 5, Leader of Men, third. And the 6, Bear Oak, was fourth. 7, 4, 5, 6. Unofficial. Inquiry sign posted at Keeneland, a steward's inquiry focusing on the unofficial runner-up, number 4, Time for Trouble, and the 6, Bear Oak, during the stretch run. So the inquiry focuses on the unofficial second and fourth place finishers. The inquiry does not concern the unofficial winner. In the winner's circle, 7 Can't Bet 'Em All, owned by Randy Groger and Tim Gerasi. Jamie Grubbs, the trainer. 2 wins today for Luis Saez. Objection sign is now also posted. More in just a moment. In addition to the steward's inquiry, a claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 6, Bear Oak, against the rider of the 4, Time for Trouble, alleging interference in the stretch. So the inquiry and the objection pending concerning the unofficial second and fourth place finishers. Again, 7, 4, 5, 6, the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. no change. The result will stand as is, 7-4-5-6, no change. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 7-4-5-6, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. The turf is listed good. The rail is at 30 feet today. A reminder, in this fifth race, take out the also eligible number 13, thrombocytopenia, did not draw into the race. Sixth race, scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. That's the sixth race, scratch number 2, Watch This Birdie. Seventh race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. That's the seventh race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. Featured eighth race, scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Featured eighth race, scratch the 2, Get Clear, scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Ninth race has no changes. Also in Keeneland's upcoming fifth race, a late scratch. Scratch the 11, Bravo Kitten. Keeneland's upcoming fifth race, scratch the 11, Bravo Kitten. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the state veterinarian.
Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 5th race, and do take note, late scratch of the 11, Bravo Kitten, a filly who figured to take a lot of money in this race. She has been withdrawn from this field, but we'll start the conversation off with my top selection, and that's the number 2, Under One Sky, for trainer Eddie Keneally. This is a filly who showed a little bit more speed last time out, stretching out to 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs last time out. She did have a little bit of a troubled trip. She kind of got bumped around and then just faded to finish 9th in the field of 12 last time out. But I do like the fact that she comes back to 1 mile and 1/8 today. She should be able to sit a nice tracking trip behind the speed. We have horses that are kind of stretching out for the first time, or at least stretching out to this particular distance for the first time. So it could be a scenario where we see some suspect speed. That's at least how I assessed the speed in this race. But Under One Sky, she can sit that stalking trip, and she has a benefit of having been drawn towards the inside, so she can get a nice tracking trip, get covered up, kind of similar to the performance where she won at Ellis Park 2 starts back. As we go towards the outside, the number 10, Gal Wonder, is my second selection, now with the scratch of the 11, Bravo Kitten, for trainer Josie Carroll. And this filly, she just kind of seems a little bit one-paced at times. Last time out at 1 mile and 1/16 at Woodbine, she ran okay. I mean, when you only lose by 2 lengths in a turf race, you're still running a pretty good race. And that was a tough group, but again, it's more so about the fact that she just seems to be a bit one-paced. And I think with a bit of an aggressive ride, and we've seen some aggressive rides given by Joel Rosario so far this afternoon, I think she's just kind of a stayer. She could maintain. If she finds herself forwardly placed, she might be able to maintain and maybe pull off a victory here at 1 mile and 1/8. And then towards the outside, the number 12, Let's Duet, is another horse that I was taking a look at, wheeling back off short rest. She last raced on the 13th of October, and she just kind of was awkwardly away. The pace didn't really materialize. You see the fractions going the mile, 24-4 for the opening quarter, 49-1 for the half. It was a pretty slow pace. Candy Light won that race for trainer Graham Motion. It was a quality field, slow pace. This filly didn't get out of the gate, so really nothing went her way that day. And she also doesn't really look like a miler. I think she got a good setup when she won at the mile at Kentucky Downs 2 starts back, but this seems like maybe a better distance for her if you're looking for a long shot. We'll take a closer look at some of these horses when they make their way out to the track for their warm-ups, but the 2, Under One Sky, is the top pick for me for the 5th race, as this race does kick off the pick 5 sequence. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Mineola, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. About 9 furlongs, about 1.1 miles on the turf, which is listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double, pick 3, and late pick 5 wagering. Scratch the 11, Bravo Kitten, and scratch 13, Thrombocytopenia. Post time, 9 minutes.
Pick 5 kicks off in 7 minutes as we take a look at some of the contenders on track. For race 5, the 6 Sister Nell is really being bet right now at 4-1 for trainer Todd Pletcher. This filly ran well first time out. She actually was a winner first time out at Gulfstream Park against Maiden Special Weight Company. She's definitely better on the turf, no surprise there. Daughter of Kitten's Joy out of an elusive quality mare, Sing with the Birds. Things didn't really go her way last time out against 3 and up allowance company at Kentucky Downs. It does appear to be a fast pace, or it did appear to be a fast pace, but you really wanted to be forwardly placed in those turf races at Kentucky Downs on that particular day, and she just didn't really show up. I think the turf is playing completely differently here at Keeneland, and Sister Nell also looks great on the track today, so I can understand why she is such a short price on the board at 4-1. But the 7 mint edition, just to her outside, I really went back and forth in terms of the paddock pick here. The 7 and the 8 I thought were really good looking fillies and mares. The 7 mint edition, she comes in off a victory at Kentucky Downs where she actually did close from off the pace, but she just looks like a very happy horse. She's holding weight, good condition, she's dappled, she's got a nice shiny coat, just all those positive signs for the 7 mint edition, hoping to go back to back on form. And then finally the 8, Get on the Bus. Again, I was going back and forth between the 7 and the 8. The 8, they're two very different looking fillies. Part of me still thinks that maybe the 7 wants less distance versus more distance, but this distance is probably okay for the 8, Get on the Bus. It comes out of a 1.125 mile race last time out at Santa Anita, but I did think that this might be a touch easier than what she's faced before. She's tried this distance. Obviously, last time out didn't really work out for her, but at a 1.125 mile before in the past, she was third against a very good group of fillies and mares at Santa Anita in October of last year. So we'll see what she can do as she is on the board at 5-1. A very competitive field here to kick off that pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Mineola, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. 261, quick into stride between horses. Aaliyah Esri is there to the inside, and these two come forward in the opening strides. 261 moves up for the lead. Aaliyah Esri backs away into second position. Get on the Bus moves up in third, and then Fantail is forwardly placed in fourth. Let's Duet caught to the far outside from that outside starting spot all the way down to the first turn in the fifth position as they enter that turn. Then Implosion is a lane off the rail between horses moving up from sixth. Up front, though, 261 is the leader. 261 leads it by a length and a half. Get on the Bus second and neck between horses. Fantail third on her outside. Aaliyah Esri fourth back toward the inside. Gap of 3. Implosion travels in the fifth position. Under One Sky, sixth back toward the rail. Let's Duet seventh on the outside. And then Gal Wonder, who's back toward the inside. She's in the 8th spot up the backstretch, followed by Mint Edition in 9th. Sister Nell is 10th against the rail, has a lot of work to do from there, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead, and is followed by Chateau Rouge in last. 22.84 for the quarter, 47.51 seconds for the first half mile. 261, a 2-length lead to Fantail, second ahead. Get on the Bus, third down toward the inside as they move on to the far turn. Aaliyah Esri is in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more. Under One Sky is in fifth. Implosion is sixth. Gal Wonder is seventh against the rail. Still 7 lengths from the front. Sister Nell with 9 to make up as they come off the far turn, and 261 has a 3-length lead. Get on the Bus is in second position. Fantail third. Aaliyah Esri to the outside fourth. Under One Sky back toward the inside fifth. Implosion moves up from sixth position. Chateau Rouge, long shot center of the course in seventh. 261 leads it. Get on the Bus second. Under One Sky. Then Implosion. 261. Get on the Bus comes after her. They're the top two. Implosion goes to third. 261 has a narrow lead in deep stretch. And Get on the Bus has taken the advantage, and Get on the Bus prevails after that stretch drive for Rafael Bejarano.
Get on the Bus gets on the board with a victory at 5-1. Rafael Bejarano giving this horse really a textbook ride and stalking the pace of the 5. 261 was setting the tempo early. This horse just stalking the speed and pouncing at that opportunity, closing from off the pace. We saw the 12 make a little bit of a late bid, but couldn't quite catch this horse by the time they finish, or by the time they hit the finish line. It's the 8 Get on the Bus for trainer Doug O'Neill and Redham Racing.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 8, Get on the Bus, first. Number 4, Implosion, was second. Number 5, 261, third. Number 2, Under One Sky, fourth. 8452, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Mineola, the unofficial winner. Number 8, Get on the Bus, owned by Redham Racing LLC of Paul Redham, trained by Doug O'Neill, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Get on the Bus, a 4-year-old filly by Uncle Mo. Out of Storybook by Halling, bred in Kentucky by Mr. Joseph Allen LLC. About 9 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 51.23 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 8452, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mineola trophy presentation to the connections of number 8, Get on the Bus. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Maiden track is fast today. Scratch the 2, watch this birdie. Scratch the 2, watch this birdie. Looking ahead to the 7th race, a reminder in race 7, scratch the 5, Calrissian. That's the 7th race, scratch the 5, Calrissian. Featured 8th race, scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. That's the featured 8th race. Scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. No changes at this time in race 9. Main track fast, turf good.
Race 6 is up next as we start the late pick 4 sequence. 5.5 furlongs on the main track for this maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. And the one, Master Psalm, is where I go on top to try to beat this heavy favorite and Rarify. The one, Master Psalm, she has such a beautiful pedigree. The Stone Street Stables bought her at the Keeneland November sale back in 2020 for $400,000. Filly by Mastery, but more importantly, a half to the likes of Nashville. So just in terms of the timeline, back in 2020, Nashville, he won a maiden special weight, came back, won another race, and then won on the undercard of Breeders' Cup weekend. So he was undefeated by the time that this filly actually passed through the ring. So that just goes to show you why they went to $400,000 for this filly, a half to Nashville, who broke the track record in the Perryville right here at Keeneland. But Master Psalm, it showed a lot of speed first time out. She was kind of hustled out of the starting gate, and then by her own talents really took herself to the lead to open up by a couple of lengths in the end. She tired late at 6.5 furlongs, but I do think that is a good stepping stone for her to cut back and come back to the dirt at 5.5 furlongs. And for what it's worth, going from turf to dirt with sprinters that are maidens, the barn, Steve Asmussen hits at about 24%, 51% in the money, and it is still a positive ROI of $2.42. So a very strong statistic with this type of move. But she'll have to beat the number 9, Rarify, for trainer Wesley Ward. She is a Clocker Report pick. She's been working very well here at Keeneland, and she comes out of back-to-back tries up at Saratoga where she ran well. She was the beaten favorite in both of those tries, but she did run well. She showed her typical speed first time out in that field of 6 to fade to finish second behind Kayleen, and then she came back to kind of show a little bit of a new dimension and stalk the speed. Today the blinkers come off to maybe just try to get her to settle, and more importantly, I do like the fact that she gets to 5.5 furlongs because she just hasn't been able to really maintain at longer distances. 5.5 furlongs could just be the perfect scenario for her. And then finally, the number 7, Malibu Toast. She's on the board right now at 5-1 for trainer Brad Cox. She's a filly that I thought ran pretty well first time out at Churchill Downs. Final time for the 3/4 was 1:13.3, or 1:11.3, excuse me. But the way in which she kind of ran down the stretch and dueled with another horse and just kind of it was kind of a hard-fought try, and fortunately she lost that fight, but I think it probably did a lot in terms of her fitness that day, and you always like to see a little bit of a gritty effort with a first-time starter. So I did use her in third, but of course the filly to beat in here is the 9, Rarify, as she is on the board at 3-5. Your heavy favorite to start the last pick 4 opportunity of today.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ups and Downs. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2, watch this birdie. Again, scratch 2, watch this birdie. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering here. Post time at 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the ups and downs, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. Adelinda fractious in the gate. Adelinda backs out of line. Everyone now being backed out of line. Update in a moment regarding the 6, Adelinda. Your attention, please. Late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch the 6, Adelinda. Late scratch, scratch number 6, Adelinda. Once again, horses moving into line for race 6. A reminder, late scratch, scratch number 6, Adelinda. At the post, and they are off. There goes Stellar Lily. There's Master Sum to the inside. These two with Malibu Toast joining them to the far outside. Those three come to the front. Rarify is away running in 4th. Catch You Later Mo is 5th. Classic Farewell 6th. AP Lady 7th up on the outside as they enter the far turn. And Sweet Chablis is last. Master Sum against the rail has the lead. Master Sum leads at 3/4 of a length. Malibu Toast far outside. 3 wide around the turn. Second by a half length. Followed by Stellar Lily between horses in 3rd. 22.22 seconds for the opening quarter, and then Rarify, who's in 4th, running 6 lengths from the lead, then a gap of nearly 6 more back to AP Lady down toward the inside. 1/4 mile to go, and Malibu Toast has the lead from Master Sum. Here's Rarify. Rarify moves out in the center of the racetrack from 3rd to 2nd, and just gliding right on up to put a head in front. Let's see if Malibu Toast can respond past the 8th pole. Rarify has now opened up 2 lengths, 3 lengths to the good. Rarify going to be much the best here. Joel Rosario checking over his shoulder. Sees about a 4-length margin at the finish. Rarify wins it. Malibu Toast was across the line in the 2nd position. Stellar Lily 3rd.
Easiest of victories in the end as Rarify. She does close from off the pace to get the victory here. You can see Joel Rosario just not moving and a muscle coming down the stretch. This was a Clocker Report pick. She'd been working well in the morning and putting it all together to get the job done today for trainer Wesley Ward as Joel Rosario taking a peek as he crosses the finish line. 9.75 across the board for race 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 9, Rarify, first. Number 7, Malibu Toast was second. Number 5, Stellar Lily, third. The 10, AP Lady, fourth. 9, 7, 5, 10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the ups and downs, the unofficial winner, number 9, Rarify, owned by Jonathan Poulin, owned also by Westerberg Limited of Michael Kustner, Mrs. John Magner, Derek Smith, and Michael Tabor, trained by Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. Rarify, a 2-year-old daughter of Justify out of Bella Jolie, by Broken Vow, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 5.38 seconds, and is now the official winner. 2 wins today for the trainer-jockey combination. Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario. In the winner's circle, the ups and downs trophy presentation to the connections of number 9, Rarify. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. We'll start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 5, Carlisian. Again, scratch number 5, Carlisian. Race 7 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is listed fast. Looking ahead to the 8th race, scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. That's the featured 8th race. Scratch number 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. 9th and final race has no changes at this time. Main track is fast, turf good.
3 more to go, including our featured 8th race. But up next is the 7th race, 17 minutes out, a $50,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming event, a mile and a 16th on the main track. This is a very competitive field. The 1 Centurion is going to be the top selection for me, as you can see him in the paddock right now for trainer Lindsey Schultz. This horse comes out of a $50,000 claiming race last time out, in which he finished 2nd in. Icarus was the winner. And Icarus actually came back to run here at Keeneland, and he didn't run as well as expected. So that was one of the reasons I thought that maybe that wasn't a very tough race. However, we did see the horse who finished last in that same race come back to win at Keeneland on the 16th of October for $40,000. That was a non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race as well. So maybe it's a little better than what I originally thought. And this horse finished 2nd in that event, and it was a very slow pace. He just kind of maintained in that race. Everybody, it was a bit of a merry-go-round race, as we like to say, and this horse never really improved his position. But I think the dynamics of this race are going to be a bit different, and he should be able to get a nice ground-saving trip towards the inside for trainer Lindsey Schultz. He actually has raced here at Keeneland before in the past and finished 2nd around this time last year. The number 6 horse, Deep State, if you go back and watch his most recent race, it says tossed head at the start. He was not prepared once the gates opened, and he kind of had a rush up and then had a very wide trip, all because of the poor beginning, because he was not prepared. It was a small field, and sometimes that's what happens in smaller fields. If you don't get out of the gate and you have to try to overcome that poor beginning. And I think that was the case for Deep State. Some of his previous races on the dirt have been fine, too. He won a maiden special weight at Ellis over the course of the summer on a sloppy sealed track. So although he does have some turf efforts in there, I think he's a better dirt horse, and this is the perfect level for him. I'm going to be using him 2nd. And then finally, the number 7 Civics class. This is first off the claim for trainer Phil Sims. I think he could maybe dictate the pace early. When I look at this race, I don't think that there's too much speed. Now, this horse has only really gone, well, he went a mile and a 16th in his 2nd start, but that was against Maiden Special Weight Company, and that was actually a pretty good field for the level. I'm very curious to see this horse stretch back out in distance, and if he's able to maintain on the lead, he could be very dangerous. The only other speed type in here that I think could press him early is the 2 Implementation, and that's ultimately why I did land to the 1 Centurion as the top selection, just because if that pace does materialize, if there's a fast pace, I think he could get the right type of setup. But the 2 Implementation actually is your heavy favorite at even money, as we are 15 minutes out and horses get saddled for race 7.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. 3-year-olds and up, $50,000 the claiming price, a mile and a 16th. Over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch the 5, Calrissian. Again, scratch the 5, Calrissian. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 5 minutes.
Implementation is the 9-5 favorite currently for trainer Wesley Ward, and this is a horse that's definitely on his toes today. He is riled up. He's definitely going to show the speed that he's been known to show before in the past, at least just judging by his mannerisms on the track today. The reason why I didn't go to him as the favorite is because I just don't think there's much value here. He could win, but I do think that this is a race that you go in a different direction. And look, he looks great on the track today, but he hasn't been able to maintain that speed since Chantilly back in the beginning of this year in February. This is a different surface, obviously, different distance. We'll see if he can if he can last at a mile and a 16th this afternoon. I did want to talk about the 7, though, Civics class. This is a beautiful-looking horse. Big forelock, just a handsome-looking individual. First off the claim for trainer Phil Sims. And physically, he's a little bit on the smaller side, but he is a very athletic sort, and he just is showing so much confidence on the track today. I love what I see from the 7 Civics class, and he has a very fair price right now at 11-1. 3 minutes out from race 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes implementation. There goes civics class. They come to the front of the opening strides. Blue Norther joins them up on the outside as they head for the first turn. Unleash the Power is there between horses, a close fourth. Implementation has the lead, but only for a moment. Blue Norther moves by. Blue Norther takes over midway on the first turn, leads it by nearly 2 lengths now. In fact, opens up by 2.5 around the turn. Implementation goes second, 1.5 lengths. Unleash the Power third ahead. Civics class fourth back toward the inside. Cool Rags against the rail is in fifth. Happy Boy Rocket sixth alongside that one. Then a break of 6 more lengths back to Centurion, who's at the back of the pack early with Junior's Gift and Deep State, who's last. The opening quarter went in 23.23 seconds. Blue Norther has the lead up the back stretch and leads it by just over 4 lengths. Implementation goes second by 2 lengths. Civics class third, 1.5 lengths. And then Cool Rags, who moves up a closer fourth now to challenge for third, switches off the rail toward the outside as they head for the far turn. Happy Boy Rocket going to be 3 wide from the 5th position. They're all starting to bear down on Blue Norther. It was 46.77 for that first half mile. Here's Implementation right alongside of Blue Norther. Implementation moves right on by and takes over midway on the far turn. Happy Boy Rocket is second. Blue Norther is third. Cool Rags in fourth. Civics class in fifth. And Deep State is sixth with a quarter mile to go. Implementation has the lead by 5 coming to the top of the short stretch. Cool Rags is second. Happy Boy Rocket is in third. Deep State is in fourth as they straighten away for home. Implementation the leader. Implementation by 4 into the final furlong, and then Cool Rags back in the second position, followed by Happy Boy Rocket. Implementation in front. Implementation, Wesley Ward, and Joel Rosario third. Victory on the card for that duo. Implementation wins it. It was Cool Rags across the line in second, and Junior's Gift rallied up for third.
The A-team, Joel Rosario and trainer Wesley Ward, are having themselves a day. Implementation opening up on the field, really making an early move, but that just goes to show you how much horse Joel Rosario actually had in this performance. And then easing on through past the finish line, barely moving a muscle. Joel Rosario with a very confident ride on the 2. Implementation to get the victory. 2, 3, 4 across the board for race 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 2, Implementation, was first. Number 3, Cool Rags, was second. Number 4, Junior's Gift, finished third. And number 9, Happy Boy Rocket, fourth. 2, 3, 4, 9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Implementation, owned and bred in Kentucky by Abdullah Almada, trained by Wesley Ward, and ridden by Joel Rosario, as that trainer-jockey combination goes back-to-back on the card and scores their 3rd win overall on the day. Implementation, 3-year-old gelded son of Constitution, out of Elegant by Nature, by Footsteps in the Sand. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.71 seconds. Result still unofficial. Race results are official for Keeneland's 7th race. 2, 3, 4, 9, the official results. Keeneland's featured 8th race upcoming. The turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Again, scratch the 2, Get Clear, and scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Looking ahead, no changes in that 9th and final race.
Taking a look at the field here as we get close to race 8. The horses are being saddled there in the paddock. This is a first level allowance race at 1 1/8 miles on the turf course. And here's a look at the number 9, Lovely Princess. Really like this filly today for trainer Kenny McPeak. She comes out of an allowance race last time out at Churchill Downs. Now, that was on the dirt, and I just didn't think that she really handled the surface that day. But if you go back to her most recent turf try, it was at Kentucky Downs against Allowance Field, and it was a pretty brutal trip coming down the stretch. She was boxed in. She checked a couple of times. She got bumped a couple of times. She just never had room to run coming down the stretch, and you just can't afford to do that in those really tough allowance races at Kentucky Downs. But prior to that, she broke her maiden at Ellis Park over the turf course at 1 1/16 miles. I just think this is a typical trip handicapping. Last time on the turf, bad trip. She's accomplished on the turf. She broke her maiden on the surface. Coming back to the surface today, I think she has a big shot at 9-2. The 5 horse, though, Personal Best, is the main foe that she's going to have to beat, and she is the heavy favorite right now at 3-2 for trainer Shug McGahee. This is a very nice family. Tappet out of War Flag. Very nice female family that Personal Best comes from. It took her a couple of starts to finally break her maiden. They actually got her started in March of this year, and she only got her first victory last time out on the 8th of September at Kentucky Downs when she got more distance. 1 5/16 miles was finally the trick for her, and she looked like a completely different filly. I almost wonder, too, if she's really turned it around since the addition of blinkers, because it was a big improvement 2 starts back when she did get that equipment change, and she just lost to a nice filly by the name of Soft Touch, who came back to win in her next start. So she is a heavy favorite, a classy runner for trainer Shug McGahee and Joseph Allen. We'll see what she can do, as she is the favorite and the horse to beat. The number 6, My Sweet Story, is the 3rd selection. Ignacio Correa is having a very nice meet so far. This filly ran at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet last time out, going 1 3/8 miles. She is a closer. She needs a fast pace to close into. I'm not sure that she gets that fast pace to close into today, especially at this distance. And maybe she wants even longer than what she gets today. But she was not away from the gate very well last time out, and I did think that that made a significant impact for her. But the 6, My Sweet Story, I think she can bounce back with a better trip, and hopefully, she just has to be worked on a little bit earlier in the race, just because there's just not a ton of speed in here, and that pace is probably not going to come back to her. So a well-timed move will hopefully get her to hit the board, as she is on the board at a big price at 17-1. This is a very tough allowance field. We'll take a closer look at the field as they come trackside in just a few moments.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Foxtail Allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up. About 9 furlongs, mile and an eighth on the turf, listed good, rail at 30 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2, get clear. Scratch 13, Rocks Princess. Again, the turf is good, the rail at 30 feet, a distance here of about a mile and an eighth. Post time coming up in just 5 minutes.
Field is warming up on the track in preparation for our featured race of the day, race 8, a first level allowance race on the turf course. And I have no qualms about the favorite right now at 6-5, but we'll take a look at some other options, including the number 3, Insatiable. First time coming out of the Todd Pletcher barn with jockey Louis Saez. This is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Right now, still getting a good price at 5-1. And my first impression of her, she definitely has the physique to suggest that she can go a distance of ground. But when you look at her and how she's kind of acting today, she's definitely a filly that has a lot of energy. She's on her toes. So I think the most important thing is for her to be able to control that natural speed, that natural energy, and be able to go a mile and an eighth on the turf. But she looks the picture, and she looks very fit coming into today's race. As we go towards the inside, the number 1, LA Fort, for trainer Ian Wilkes. This is another filly that I didn't have the opportunity to talk about in the paddock, but her last race was very good at Belmont at Aqueduct Meet. She kind of made a little bit of an early move under Jose Ortiz and then flattened out a bit to just lose by transient. But this is her second start with the addition of blinkers on, and I really did think that it made a difference, at least judging by how she ran last time out. They keep them on her today, and I think she's got a big shot at 5-1. She looks really good in her warm-ups on the track as well. And then finally, the number 6 horse, My Sweet Story, for Nacho Correas. This filly just looked like she had a lot of class to her, and I liked her handicapping the race. She has to overcome potentially a slow pace on paper, or a moderate pace that might not be able to come back to her, but I just really liked how she was acting today. And we're talking about a horse that's 18-1. If you're looking to play those trifectas or supers, I would definitely throw her into the mix. But the favorite is the 5, Personal Best, as she is 6-5, and we're 2 minutes out from the upcoming 8th race.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, the Foxtail. They are at the post. And they're off. There's LA Fort along with Insatiable down toward the inside, and here comes Ms. Maribel from the center of the course. This Name Is Okay is up close in the opening strides. Ms. Maribel moves by from that far outside starting spot, clears the inside traffic well before the first turn, and has the lead by 2 lengths. Insatiable second, This Name Is Okay third. Pearl Earring fourth on the outside. LA Fort is now 5th back toward the rail. Personal Best alongside her in 6th position. Love Draco is in 7th. Lovely Princess moves by 1 spot from 8th as they head off the first turn. Wilmore further back is in 9th, heading up the back stretch. And then My Sweet Story, Silky Warrior, last opening quarter went in 23.02 seconds. Up front, Ms. Maribel, the leader. Ms. Maribel leads it by 2.5 lengths. Insatiable goes second by a half length. This Name Is Okay. Third, a length and a half. And then Pearl Earring, center of the course, is in 4th. Personal Best, 5th between horses. LA Fort is 6th down toward the inside. Lovely Princess comes next. Love Draco. And then Wilmore, followed by My Sweet Story and Silky Warrior. First half mile went in 47.2 seconds. Ms. Maribel, the leader, only by a length and a half to the far turn. This Name Is Okay is between horses second. Pearl Earring going to be wide on the far turn, but moving up into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Insatiable looks for her running room toward the inside from 4th, now 3rd, now challenging for 2nd. Personal Best going to have to change lanes, swing out to the center of the course. Love Draco does the same. Lovely Princess is in behind horses, now switching out toward the center of the course, along with Love Draco and Personal Best. This Name Is Okay fights on. Personal Best, Lovely Princess striding forward. Insatiable up the inside. Insatiable against the rail. Lovely Princess is right there. Insatiable, Lovely Princess, Personal Best. Lovely Princess getting the lead for Brian Hernandez Jr. Lovely Princess to win it. Personal Best was home second, close for third. Either Love Draco or Insatiable back toward the inside in 1 minute 50.8 seconds.
A wall of horses at the top of the stretch. Really wasn't sure who was going to take it by the time they hit the quarter pole, but we see the number 5, Personal Best, is a favorite, making that closing run, and the 9, Lovely Princess, out in the center of the racetrack. They both had to go wide as the speed fell apart in front of them. It looked like the 5 was going to fight back there a little bit, but the 9, Lovely Princess, having all the momentum late to get the victory today for trainer Kenny McPeak, Gentry Farms, and Brian Hernandez at 5-1.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 9, Lovely Princess, first. Number 5, Personal Best, was second. Number 4, Love Draco, third. Number 3, Insatiable, fourth. 9543, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Foxtail, the unofficial winner, number 9, Lovely Princess, owned by Gentry Farms of Robert Kirk Gentry and Robbie Force, trained by Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Lovely Princess, a 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Princess Mariah by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Gentry Farms. The distance of about 9 furlongs over the good turf today in 1 minute 50.8 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Foxtail Trophy presentation to the connections of number 9, Lovely Princess. Eighth race results official. 9543, the official results for Keeneland's 8th. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming, a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $34,000. Main track is fast, no changes in the 9th race.
$34,000 in that Super High Five carryover. Definitely take advantage of that opportunity in this ninth and final race. And we'll start off with the number 7, Ironsides, for trainer Vicki Oliver. Coming into this race, he was gelded since his last race, but more importantly, this is just a big drop in class for this horse. And when you look at this race, there seems to be an overwhelming amount of speed. The 9 is quick, the 10 Balsa is quick, the 2 Premium to the inside showed speed immediately coming out of the starting gate last time out as well. And Ironsides, the good thing about this horse is that he can close from off the pace, or at least he can sit just off of him, especially at this distance. So I think he fits the flow of this race. Vicki Oliver and BBN Racing have an outstanding meet, and the drop in class will certainly help as well. He's the top pick for me, is the 10 Balsa towards the outside for trainer Brad Cox. This is another big drop in class. If you look at some of the horses that he faced in his debut, they went on to win, and including the second place finisher and Powerful. This horse showed some early speed and then faded in that event. He came back to do the same thing on the turf at Saratoga. So I do think that this is the give up race, so to speak. He's been gelded since his last race, and now they drop him in class, but that might be enough in order to get him a victory right now at 3-1. And then towards the inside, the 2 Premium I used, but he might be up against it from a pace standpoint. He's 7-1 right now, but Steve Asmussen and Tyler Gaffalione, they've teamed up to have a very strong meet here at Keeneland during the fall meeting. I just think he's going to get pace pressure to his outside, and he showed speed and faded at 5.5 furlongs. What's going to happen at 6 furlongs? But it is against a different caliber of racehorse, in that he's in for the $30,000 tag instead of the maiden special weight last time out. It's a competitive group because we have a couple of first-time starters in here right now. The 6 Salta is getting some play, co-favorite at 3-1, but you can see on the board a very competitive group of horses. 2 horses on the board at 3-1. We have 2 horses on the board at 5-1 and a 7-1 shot, let alone also a 8-1 shot. Competitive group for the nightcap. We will take a closer look at these horses trackside in just a few moments after they get saddled up.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race. 2-year-olds, maidens with a claiming price of $30,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 9. Carryover $34,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time in 6 minutes.
Taking a look at these 2-year-olds warming up on track for this maiden claiming event, and we have a pair of first-time starters in here, and I preferred this first-time starter to the 4 Life and Light. But the 5 Time to Cruise, this first-time starter coming out of the Mac Robertson barn, is son of First Dude with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. When I look at him, he just looks like a horse that has a lot of size to him. He looks like a very strong horse. He might be able to perform first time out. I do think that he looks very well prepared for this first event, and he'll just have to face some of these class droppers in here. But again, 6 furlongs, first time out, he looks well prepared. The number 6, Salta, is one that's been taking play from the get-go. He's 3-1 right now for trainer Keith DeSormo. He showed speed and faded off the layoff last time out at Churchill Downs. That's when he dropped in class a little bit. He was a favorite that day, and he was, forwardly placed in that race. But I almost wonder, in a race like this with so much speed, if he does get taken back and try to close from off the pace, that might be a better strategy. But whatever it might be, I thought he looked bright, looked happy, looks like a really nice horse on the track right now at 7-2. So definitely one of the shorter prices that I would rely on and trust here in the finale. The number 6 Salta with James Graham aboard, who has had a very, very good meet, positive ROI for the fall meet at Keeneland. We are getting close to post time, 2 minutes out from the 9th and final race. Best of luck.
Please note, in Keeneland's 9th race, number 7 Ironsides wore blinkers October 7th here at Keeneland and wears them again today. Please note, number 7 Ironsides wore blinkers in that most recent start, October 7th at Keeneland, wears blinkers again today. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race. They are at the post. They're off. Matereau broke in the air. Here's Salta outrunning for the early lead. Salta goes right to the front. Talk to Toki comes away in second position as they head up the back stretch. Ironsides travels in third. Balsa fourth, and moving up on the far outside, going to be wide onto the far turn, though. Premium drops back in fifth. Bolt Above is sixth outside of that one. Santino's Fantasy is in seventh. Life and Light is in the eighth spot around the turn. Matereau is ninth after that awkward beginning, then a break of 5 more lengths. Time to cruise. Last of the 10, 22.96 seconds for the opening quarter. Salta the leader. Balsa a length off the lead in second. Ironsides looks for running room between that pair in third to the top of the stretch. Gap of 3 more lengths then to Bolt Above. Santino's Fantasy goes wide. Talk to Toki back toward the inside. Premium 7 from the lead. Coming to the 8th pole, Salta and Balsa going at it for the top spot. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Matereau, who is third, but into the final furlong, Salta the leader. Balsa is second. 2 lengths separate them. Matereau is now third, past the 16th pole. No catching Salta and James Graham. Salta to win it. Balsa was home in second position, close for show.
nobody wanted the lead, James Graham said, I'll take it, and I'll take them gate to wire once again, putting on a show here. James Graham just having an outstanding fall meet right here at Keeneland Racecourse, whether it be the turf or the dirt, and putting on some shrewd rides in the afternoon. He takes it to the field with the 6 Salta, going to the lead and never looking back at 5-2. It's going to be 6 across the finish line, and Balsa and the runner-up performance here. Congratulations to the connections, the 6 Salta for trainer Keith DeSormo and James Graham.
Photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 6, Salta, was first. Number 10, Balsa, was second. Number 9, Mataro, was third. Number 5, Time to Cruise, was fourth. Number 2, Premium, fifth. 6-10-9-5-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Salta, owned by Picard Thoroughbreds Racing Stable, LLC of Jeff Picard, owned also by Charles and Cynthia Marquise, trained by Keith DeSormo. James Graham, the jockey. Salta, 2-year-old son of Carpe Diem, out of Rapid Decision by Stravinsky. Winner bred in Kentucky by Brandywine Farm of Jim and Pam Robinson. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.57 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 9th race official. 6-10-9-5-2, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Super High 5 for tomorrow. Post time 1 p.m. Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.